Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And just need a couple of yeses to let me know that you can... Mic is not on. You guys can't hear me? Okay, a couple of yeses. Okay, and you can see my screen, right? Okay. All right, everybody. Lots happening this morning. Take a look at CHGG. This could turn into one of those all-day shorts. CHGG. This is an earnings play. Look at this gap down. Interesting. Look at yesterday's action. A lot of volume came in. There's the candle. People know, of course, they're going to have earnings after hours. Bets were being placed a little bit that might be good. Not even close. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was up to $63. That's the close. Dropped 35% overnight. Well, after hours actually, and then continuation this morning. So let's just see what happens. Takes out that 40. See what sort of support there might be. Yeah, I don't know how much support there really is for this one. And on the flip side, Under Armour, UAA, I guess they had stellar earnings. Look at this nice big gap up. Problem is, for me, probably coming into some resistance. Not that far away, but definitely a good earnings release for Under Armour. WIMI, I don't think WIMI. Probably WIMI is not held. Let me just see what's happened with it. Actually, it's not bad. It's actually held the pop I saw. FCC approval. It's a, I don't know how to pronounce it, LIDAR play. That's the WIMI through the 200-day moving average. SBEA. This is a SPAC announcing a merger. Oh boy, I almost took that one. With a company called Black Rifle Coffee, something to do with vets. So SBEA. Big pop here. Look at the volume, 22 million shares already. BAOS, I think this one has definitely been fading. BAOS. I don't think I saw any specific news on this one. Yeah, this is a big fade here. I don't see any specific news. China stocks got all the way up to 345. Tremendous short. No shorts available for me now. I think there were earlier. KOPN, I think this is an earnings play. KOPN. Yes, so this is an earnings play, and again, maybe part of the metaverse. BBLG. This gapped up. Another one. Look at the fade here. Wow. What a fade. He gapped up because there was a disclosure of a 69% stake in the company from some firm called Henke. They're pulling them out now. Look at this. NXTD. Let's see if there's any news on this one. NXTD. I'm seeing a lot of this, little pops and then the big fade. I don't see any specific news on this one. Endo. There was some news for Endo. ENDO. See if it's held. Well, obviously I have the wrong ticker. What is it? It's an opioid play. It's a California tentative positive ruling. It's obviously not Endo. See if I can find it anywhere. ENDP. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I do have that P looks like an O to me. Gotta clear my eyes here. So ENDP, yes, ENDP. So there we go. So there's the pop. California giving them a tentatively a favorable ruling to do with the opioid crisis. LUB. I was trying to read the press release, but it's too detailed for me. So all I can say is that LUB down. Look at this, LUB down. Talking about to issue an initial $2 per share. I don't know if this is some kind of a. It looks like it's a. I can't really understand what it means. Initial $2 per share cash liquidating distribution. So that's the reason for this. That makes sense. There's a $2 drop. Fuel cell, man, yeah, fuel cell, FCEL, pretty important level right now, over 10, at least it was when I was watching it. Yeah, it's a little bit choppy. I mean, it got all the way up to 1040, right back down to 1019, but holding over 10, you can kind of see. I mean, of course, this was flying high a few months ago. EV play, if you take a look at Plug and Ballard, Plug maybe a little more. Take a look at Plug. Look at this. I mean, look what happened last month, wiping all this out, and the continuation. Of course, this is only that monthly candle. That's only the first day. CLNN. Bluetooth, don't do it again. Okay. OCGN. Well, I know a lot of people last week were sort of dumping all over this one. But you cannot dispute the fact that it's at, this was the day, got all the way up there. When I say there, all the way up to 1320, closed down here at 908. But it's been on a nice 4-day run, now including today. I think I saw something about their partner, something about Guyana. Oh yeah, their partner Bharat Biotech's vaccine recognized by Guyana for travelers. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment. Just gotta put myself on mute for a second. All right, guys, I've got some issues again. I don't know what's happened here. I think I've lost the. Okay, I think I'm back. All right, where was I? CCNC, gap up, crypto play, CCNC, China, crypto. See, is it holding? Nope. 210, all the way, a little pop up to 210, right back down here. Ooh, I'm hearing OLB now is starting to get a little bit of a run here. OLB, look at the volume coming into OLB. See if there's any headline here about OLB. Don't see any yet. Wow, look at this. So, wow, what a pop here, guys. I don't see any specific news on it yet. OLB. Wow, this is huge. This is going to halt. I can't believe it hasn't halted already. Look at OLB. Okay, this is a crypto play. Maybe just news halts, William. We definitely have halts in the pre-market, but maybe they're not volatility halts. Okay, now CLNN. This got hammered down, mid-stage negative data, okay? Bio, of course. Wow, OLB just well, another low float situation, 4.4 million in the float. Massive cap up through that 200-day moving average. That doesn't matter anymore. You take a look left, and 880 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. We have 4.4, so you're going to go to 10 different, I always say it, go to 10 different websites, you'll probably find 10 different float numbers. And one last one. And Lucid, is Lucid on, no, actually Lucid is on the way down. LCID on the way down. I'm just going to mention ZEV. ZEV signed some kind of a partnership with Siemens. All right, let me go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Okay, we have a few upgrades. We have definitely more downgrades this morning. All right, here are some of the upgrades. We'll get the downgrades in now. There's CHGG just making another new low, guys. It takes out that 40 level. Wow. you know what? We've got a lot. I mean, look, after the fact, but we've got a ton of downgrades for CHGG also. A few more to go. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 downgrades for CHGG. Just hanging around that, 40 level right now for CHGG. Except for yesterday, Real. I was just saying yesterday, some may have thought they was going to have a modest or some kind of a positive earnings release just based on that candle and the volume that came in. But certainly, yes, I mean, from here on down. All right, guys, 9:22. I better hurry up and take a look at the sector status, see what's shaking. Market is basically flat. SPY's basically not really up anything. Whoa, okay, so we have energy. So here are the major sectors. So what you're seeing, these percentages, what they mean. So when you look at XLE, that's the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. Only 22% are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 22 means. So, you know, you look at technology, it's about 50-50. Financials, 80%. Communications, 72%. So this gives you kind of a little bit of a snapshot of what might happen, but of course this can all change once the market opens. We get an hour in, this can all turn around, but right now this is what we see. So especially on the energy side, a little bit weak, and you know, tech basically 50-50. Now looking at BITO, I can actually trade this now. Craziness at IB. But anyway, I can actually trade this now. That's a nice pop up. I think complex exam. No, there was no complex exam. Okay, let's see. So there is... Okay, here we go, guys. So remember what happened with the... was it the BTTX or what was the other one? I can't remember. MasterCard cryptocurrency processing. So that's OLB, announces support for MasterCard cryptocurrency processing. So they've put MasterCard into the press release. And let's see, I mean, that's obviously BKKT, that's the one I was thinking of. So BKKT, remember what happened to it? I'm not saying this is going to happen with OLB, but hey, I mean, it's about the same price from where it started. And they announced their deal with MasterCard here. So my guess is that it's not as involved as the BKKT, but it doesn't really matter. It's just perception. That's all it is, perception. Now this just turned not shortable at Interactive Brokers for me, OLB. Didn't take SBEA. Somebody else was shorting SBEA. I didn't take it. No, it's just that's when we start getting our data, Dean. It's not a T. Well, it's a TI issue, and that's when we start getting our data. Technically, we start getting our data at 6:45. You'll see topless populating. You just know charting until 7. So it's just that's when we start getting our data. All right, guys, put myself on mute just for one more minute. Okay, and now if you're looking at Dell, this is the big spin-off for VMware, okay? So that's why it looks, I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people think, wow, what a gap down, but that is the spin-off, the result of the spin-off, VMware. No, there's no chance. I mean, I shouldn't say ever, but it's not like we can flip a switch for you, no. Sleep in, Dean. Who wants to get up at 4? I mean, I got to get up at 4, but because I'm on the West Coast. But if I were in the East Coast, I'd be never getting up at 4. And by the way, this guy, this BTTX is just getting, is just crumpling now. BTTX just crumpling. This is the big flyer from yesterday. Look at the sell-off. Bonjour, Pierre. Boy, Under Armour. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day today, everybody. Yeah, that SBEA, that's strong. I mean, it's got something to do with veterans, so, that's going to be something that's probably going to attract a lot of attention. Well, it already has, obviously. SBEA. They call themselves again the Black Rifle Coffee Company. And it's to do with vets. All right, we are going to open now. All right, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Going to let things settle down, so let's see what happens. And there goes OLB. OLB on the move. But Whippy, longer it holds 8 though, and get some volume to pop it through. This is going to get halted on the way down. Looks like. Maybe not. I'm talking about the OLB. And again, it is early. Look at fuel cell. I mean, you know, right up to what, 1040, all the way down to 1060 now, or 960 now. The OCGN, almost at the pre-market high. The pre-market high, I think, is around 1488, so it's almost there. Got right almost to it. And now we've got the halt for OLB on the way down. So hopefully nobody chased this one. Nobody chased it. Look at SBEA. I mean, that is, I think it's just the fact that, you know, dealing with vets and all, I think it's, you know, it just got halted. SBEA just got halted. There's that CHGG. So this could be the all-day short. CHGG. There might be some support right around 32.53 is the next low looking left. 32.50. Wow, is that right? 32. Oh, so it still has room. Yeah, I mean, this still has some room. This one's getting hit. SBLK getting hit early. SBLK, it's not an earnings play. Just checking to see, not an earnings play. And through the 200-day moving average. Look at that, 1883. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Look at fuel cell, guys. I mean, you can't predict this stuff. I mean, look at fuel cell in the pre-market, FCEL pre-market, big pop all the way up to 1042, drops $1, more than $1, just like that. Start at 11. Good morning. Waiting, of course, for some happenings in my option scanner. CLNN was halted on the way up. Okay, so CLNN was halted on the way up. Trying to recover. It's a crypto. Am I right? No, CLNN was, okay, negative, mid-stage negative results. Okay, so, but it's halted on the way up. Yeah, OLB is halted, yes, halted on the way down. SBEA halted on the way up. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. So you can see there's the halt times. Okay, one of the scans I'm sharing, the halts resumes. Boy, Under Armour's having just a heck of a day, guys. I just think it's got too much resistance right around here. I mean, it could, if it breaks through all this, I mean, it's fine, but look at the volume that they came in too. It's not a low float, but just having a great day. Earnings release for Under Armour. Okay, a little bit of action for ENDP on their tentative settlement in California regarding opioid. But you know what? There's that 200-day moving average. Probably it's tough to get through. OLB just resumed. Let's see what it did. I know it had gapped down. All right, so can it hold this level? OLB, can it hold this level and pop from here? And SBEA just came out of its halt also. Ooh, I was thinking it might, if it could challenge where it got halted, which was 1560. Might run from there. I'm going to put an alert up in that area, see if it comes right back up. OCGN, guys, OCGN just almost through 15 now. Let's look left. What do we see? 1620 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. That's probably going to correspond to that. Yes, so on the weekly and the monthly, it still has some room. All right, here's another one that is popping up here. Juniper, it's not an earnings play. JNPR. Wow, this is almost an all-time high. It's only 6% below its all-time high. I don't know when that would have been. I'd have to go back a few years probably. Probably here. That looks like the all-time high was back in 2015. That's not really resistance, so for all intents and purposes, making new all-time highs. All right, what our market's doing, so kind of flat. I mean, Dow's up a little, NASA's up a little, SPY's up a little. First candle is green as we speak. See if there's any news in this Starbulk. SBLK, don't see any specific news. They're announcing the date for the release of their third quarter, but that's no big deal. That's supposed to be on the 16th. So But it is, I mean, that's the big thing though. Look at that. It's through the 200-day moving average. Real, I get another color. It's, yeah, I mean, I mentioned to the guys at Trade Ideas and our internal stuff, I said this could be like the all-day short CHGG. Okay, guys, watching this SBLK for a big pop down through the 1860 mark. See if that happens. Guys, OCGN, another new high here. Look at the volume coming in. Okay, Starbucks starting to move down. Yeah, I'll put an alert around 8 for OLB. See if it gets back up to that level. All right, so CLNN resumed. Give me a moment here. Okay, sorry guys, here's the OLB back up. Pats fan Matt 12. I think I know who you're rooting for. Welcome. I saw bingo in the pre-market. I don't know, but look at this. I mean, nice pop up now, but coming into like a lot of resistance, I think, around that 6th level. So One of the reasons I didn't really take a harder look at it. All right, the OLB now, boy, I mean, it can hold 8 and pop from here on volume. All right, Starbulk, are you going to just watching the Starbulk to see how well it keeps testing that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, OLB, let's see if it can hold 8 and really run from there. Got up to the 40s. Let's see if it gets back over that 8. I'm very interested back over 8. Say around 818 or so. Yeah, you see you got the alert here on my watch list at 8:41. Now I put a delay on these on purpose. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. Of course, the problem sometimes though is that when you get the alert at 9:45 or after, the stock is pretty extended. It is blue now. Red, real, blue. Looks good. All right, Starbulk. I'm just waiting on OLB to see if it gets back over 8 and just rips from there. Kind of like that, guys. Kind of like that. There we go. You got to trade it though. Can't just think it's just going to keep skying higher. And there we go. Okay. I think we got a winner. Doesn't trade options though, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Boy, it is whippy though, so you know, be careful. Look at the float, 4.4 million in the float. Don't be afraid to trade it. Okay, so again, if you're confused about what's happening with Dell, the spin-off of VMware effective today, so that's why it looks like there's this huge, well, there is on the chart, a huge drop. Whoa, OLB guys, look at that massive spike up to the 880s. Yeah, you know, you put, and it just got, no, I thought it got halted. No, did not get halted, sorry. All right, we have something in the option scanner, EXTR 1138. Let's see, is there room? Yes, there, well, let's see. Left here. Yeah, there is some room for this one. What's the high right there? 1128, so we're above that high. So the next high looking left is 1229. So there is some room, and it is an earnings play, so it should be active all day. EXTR from my option scanner. What's the float? It's a big float, so don't expect like a huge move, but it's up 10% now. Well, there was the key. I mean, for the OLB, for me, you know, trying to hold that 8, you know, right there, there's that 8 level. It was just kind of chopping around a little bit, and then looked like, okay, finally. But you got to trade it. Well, I shouldn't say that. You do what you want. But I'm trading it. Always got to be, you know, aware of that low float, 4.4 million. You know, the minute that the volume starts drying up, you've got to be very careful. Remember this flyer from yesterday, ABVC? Remember this one? All the way up to 1186, sold all the way down to 6, basically almost cut in half, continuing down. There is the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? Okay. You're back to black. Real. You had green before. Car is halted. Yes, car is halted. Wow, is car ever? Look at car. This is an earnings play. Wow, what a run it's had. I mean, I keep hearing about car rentals basically, well, I don't want to say gouging, but it's so expensive to rent cars. I'm trying to find an earnings play. How about UAA? Star bulk guys. The OLB is all I can. You have to trade them. Well, you don't have to do anything, but I recommend you have to trade these ones. These ones at such a low float. I'm looking at some of these earnings plays, guys. Wow, CHGG, guys, this has been the awesome short. Holy smokes. All day until maybe it's going to find some support down here. That's still about 5 days, $5, I think. 32,453. No, about $3 from the next low, looking left on the monthly chart. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If you get into a trade, if you get into an OLB, so when I say you have to trade them, yeah, I don't mean you have to take the trade. Okay, I should be more clear. I'm just saying if you get into a trade like this, OLB, you have to be so aware of what the float is, which is very low. It can be extremely whippy. So when I say you have to trade them, what I do, I'm always looking for areas to get out. Okay. Make sure I get some profit out of these crazy ones. So that's what I mean by you have to trade them. I don't mean you have to trade them. You can't just assume they're just going to go straight up. How's that? Okay, guys, I took a loss on the EXTR. I'm going to keep watching it, but I did take a loss on the EXTR. the manageable loss, but so I'm in. It was a little frantic for me because I'm not usually in more than 2 trades at the same time. And we have we have a halt on the way up now. OLB. Sorry, this just resumed. I'm sorry, excuse me. This just resumed. OLB just resumed. All right, might be time to take a look at OLB again. Let's see, what do I... Or not, it just dropped. Yeah, this is what I told the guys at Trade Ideas at around 8:45 this morning. CHG could be the all-day short. Wow, you're short this one. You short this one, Zach Carr? Wow. I don't think you're short now. You're short? Ooh, okay. All right, guys. Wow, frantic morning for me anyway. Oh boy, this is turning into a nice one too. This SBLK. Key was taking out that 200-day moving average. I have no idea why it's falling. Don't really care. Just give me a moment, please. shoot, why am I muted? Oh man, how long have I been muted? Thank you, Pepe. All right, somebody asked me about the NXTD. I pulled it up, NXTD. I pulled it up. Right now, I mean, first of all, nobody should be telling anybody, yeah, you should buy it now, or any stock. Right now, I mean, it's just sort of resting here. I mean, I guess if it gets a bit of a pop, but it's not too interesting to me. It did pop up pre-market. I couldn't see any specific news on it. It's a low float. Anything can happen when it's a low float like that. Now, wow, so the car, good grief. Tell me, you're in this short, Zach? Yeah, but you have to have a stop somewhere. I mean, you can't just, well, anyway. Zach knows what he's doing, so. Okay, yes, you mentioned Hertz. Maybe sympathy play. You're right with, it's a pink sheet stock. You're absolutely, wow, incredible. So sympathy play with Carr, Avis, etc. Boy, action, action, action. SKT, is this an earnings play? No, not an earnings play. So it is just getting closer to that 200-day. It's about 60 cents away, so that's not that close, I guess, but yeah, I'm hearing VRAR. Of course, this is a meta play. A meta play. I like meta better, but anyway, meta play. Another halt. Okay, so the XLEB resumed, and what did it do? Didn't do it. Okay. Now, you know what? Keep an eye on it, and if it takes out that halt price, I have no idea why it jumped like it did, but if it does take out that halt price, there is a 200-day moving average. If it did take out the halt price, looking left 265, there's a little bit of room, but it may not do it. Guys, HYRE, so car rentals, I guess this is rental also, hire a car, sounds like it. HYRE. You know what? I think this just got halted. Sugar, I got halted. It got halted. The higher got halted. I was just trying to take it. It just got halted. All right. Well, I guess we can call today car rental day. Good morn to you, Thomas. What a morning. By the way, guys, let me just do a check here. And this is just between you guys and me. We're not going to tell anybody. I checked this morning. You know what? That 25% is still on. I don't think they know. They haven't taken it off yet. So the 25% is still on, guys. You can get a subscription for 25% off. I would have bet anything it would have been gone by last night. Just give me a moment here. I'm just going to pop this in so you can still take advantage of a 25% off. I'm going to try to paste all that into YouTube. I don't know if it will. No. Give me a moment here. All right, guys, so I'm out of the Star Bulk. I'm out of the Star Bulk, SBLK. I still have some CHGG. What happened with higher? Did it resume yet? Not yet. Car just, good grief, car just got halted on the way up again. Let's see what could happen with higher. 899, 919. So I'm just looking at what the potential open could be. Guys, I've been talking about lots, L-O-T-Z. Of course, car lots, sure, why not? Well, it depends where, yeah, I mean, with the higher, whenever it comes out of its halt, and by the way, this is 10, 13, 10, 18. So this could come out in 10 seconds, okay? 10 seconds. I certainly will not chase it. And it should be unhalted now. So it's just got unhalted. This is resuming now. Pulling back a little bit. So maybe if it takes out the halt price was what, 889. If it takes out that halt price, it could get rolling again. Well, too late. I'm going to put my alert right there, but it popped right through it, so I'm too late now. But it was, you know, when it pulled back, yes. Ah, that's disappointing. Well, let's take a look at lots. A little cheaper. I don't think that did not get halted, right? Let's see, I don't see any halts for that one. Wow, CHGG. Yep, a new low. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Oh, brother. Well, okay, what time is it? 10:23. Welcome to the room. Wow, welcome to the room. Look at OLB, guys. Holy smokes. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, sorry, it's pretty exciting this morning so far. So welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Wow. I mean, you know, you've got to, to follow an OLB. I mean, it's a matter of just looking at some certain what I call critical levels. Obviously, earlier on it was the 8 level that it held, And right around here, looked like 830, 840 was going to hold it. Okay, so we've popped more than a dollar from there, and just ramping up. There's no, I mean, what's so attractive about this one? Of course, yes, it had some news, but there's no resistance. I mean, there's just zero resistance on the chart. I know you're long and strong, Ija. I know. So, we still, again, I know I popped in the test drive promo code. I'll do it again. We do have, I'm very surprised that it is still on. And okay, here's another one that just got halted. Again, we are in car mania. Auto just got halted. Okay, extra. Well, I don't know if I want to take you now. You're so boring. But auto just got halted. AUT. Well, auto. Boy, we're almost getting close to that 10 mark for OLB. All right, so I did pop in the promo code. I'll do it one more time for the YouTubers. You want to take part and have all this fun taking out a subscription. I'm going to go over some things on my homepage, things that I'm sharing. Okay, so in the main room, as I call it the main room, there you see I have a tab there called Barry's homepage. So that's available all day. And if you click on the link, my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans. If you click, there's the promo code. You can still use it. I'm surprised it's not ticking down, but hey. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. As I'm keeping an eye on OLB, of course, see if it crashes through that 10. All right, we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so the annual is $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Probably works out to about, I don't know, $4 a day. Standard is about $2 a day with that 25% discount. Okay, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. You don't have to take out a monthly or an annual plan. In fact, you can always start off with the standard plan, 118 less than 25%, or the premium, 228 less than 25%. Do not take on an annual subscription unless you know you want the program, okay? You can try us out, 118 again, less than 25%. Now, if you're saying, yeah, but I want to take advantage of the 25% off for an annual, no problem. All you have to do this, 118 less 25% for the monthly, and if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, do it within 30 days. We'll honor the 25% promo code. So it's a great way to try us out. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? That the 25% discount is only good for the first month on a monthly subscription, okay? Congratulations, Ija. I know you were long and strong OLB from months ago. But I don't mind being late, taking advantage of a big run, letting my money work for me. Okay, so on my homepage, sorry about that, obviously I just have to keep an eye on the OLB. On my homepage, a lot of information. We went over how to take out a subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens. Now, these are free, okay? These 3 sections are free. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all of the education that we have here, okay? Most of it is, relevant to trade ideas, but I'll show you at the very bottom. We have a great little video series on an introduction to trading, all right? So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. For those of you who don't know, if you click on the user guide, we have it all set out in sections, but we also have full table of contents, which is searchable. So a very comprehensive user guide now. If I were starting out though, this is what I would do. Give me a moment here. All right, why am I getting an alarm at 7:30? I'm up. Just a minute. Okay, I would take a look at the introductory lessons, okay? These are just a quick, gets you acclimatized to things like what are top lists, building them, alert windows, creating them. So all the basic fun features of trade ideas are covered here. You want to get into the nitty gritty. Of course, the user guide will have a lot more information. Daily support sessions, today is Tuesday, so I believe it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon, so he'll take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. If you have a lot of questions, I'm going to talk briefly about Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you have more questions about Brokerage Plus and automated trading, things like that, he's your man. Daily webinars, today is Tuesday, so we do have a webinar today. We are in a rotation today. This week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, and so on. So you can sign up for them all right here, though. And this is what I was talking about. Back to basics. Michael Noss put it together. Starts off with what is a stock. All right. So very, very great little series if you're new to trading. Now then, this section right here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Click here. This is a sample of my layout that you see, and individual scans that I've created. And just for you, so you know, gap up and gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. I love my unusually strong options. Didn't give me a good trade yet today, but I do love that one. And I'm always looking at the 10-day daily breakdown and breakout. But a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Boy, today is car mania. Wow. Well, this has to be the trade of the day for me. OLB, 2 of them really, CHGG and now the OLB. Several times in and out, but okay. Now, obviously keeping an eye on it. So what is trade ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If you want to build your own scans, this is how you would always start. You'd always start off with some filters. And we'll kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. That current volume of 8, what that means is it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay, 400,000 shares, etc. So these are the filters. If a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. And of course, I'm sharing. Wow. How can this happen? Look at the float, guys. 4.4 million in the float, 137%. You're not going to see Facebook up 130% ever. Shouldn't say that. You never know. But seriously, I mean, that's why if you're wondering how a stock can do something like that, it's because of the float. which is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So that's the supply of stock. And for whatever reason, you know, it had a news release this morning. The demand is high. Look at that. 81 million have traded, 4.5 in the float. It is traded the float 18 times. You divide that number into the volume, that'll give you a little over 18. Well, you're right, but that's only 65 million in the float, William. Facebook has 1 billion or 2 billion in the float. Whew, what a morning. So I am sharing a lot of my scans. So if you do not want to, if you start off with trade ideas, you don't want to create your own scans at the beginning or ever really, you can take my scans, and plus we have a lot of scans that we've built. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all themed channels, okay? All themed channels. So for instance, if I go to the momentum channel, there's OLB as an example. So you could take a look. Again, all you have to do, this is an alert window. Right click, configure, and you'll see what it's looking for. You know, these are the filters it's using. If you like this, I mean, in terms of the values, for instance, if you said, well, I'd rather see between, I don't know, 10 and 100. Look at this, guys. This is spectacular. You know, you make the change, see how it's changed. Now, here's the deal with the channels, guys. If I leave this channel, see right now that change is in effect. But if I leave the channel and come back, you'll see that the change does not take. The reason is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you may want to make a change to the price range or something else, not everybody else wants to do that. So what you do is you can make a change, and then you can save this window to the cloud. And you save it to the cloud by right click, duplicate into free floating window. Boy, what a day. And then you right click and you save or share to cloud, save it, okay? While I'm showing you this is that now what you can do is you can go through each one of these channels and start looking at different scans that if you like the looks of something, the action is heating up right now. If you like the looks of that, do the same thing, save it to the cloud. And then you can build your own layout, again, without really having to create your own scans from scratch. File, load from cloud, and if you'd save them to the cloud, you just right click, load, right click, load. Okay, I'm going through this really quickly because all this is covered in the guide and in the 20 short lessons, okay? I'm just trying to give you the concept, though, that if you don't want to create your own scans, we've created a lot for you. You can always modify them a little bit to, to a different price range, maybe a minimum price. But of course, if you do want to create your own scans, well, guess what? You don't have to learn a programming language. We've created what we feel are enough alerts. These are all the alerts. And these are all the filters. Of course, you don't have to learn them all. Why we've created all these is because, we have we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan that they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay, just want to talk a little bit about our AI. Yeah, this one was not shortable. I looked at this one. This is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. How about E-Trade, guys? Can anybody short BAOS at E-Trade? Anybody with E-Trade? Well, it doesn't matter. I just want to show you, if you have the AI, our premium service, part of our premium service, then you just click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's all I do. And then when you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. There was no video about how to trade the AI. The only thing I'm going to say is just have this window open, and nothing happens until at least 9:35, so there's no pre-market alerts. If you take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. That's why I was asking about the BAOS. This was a short, okay? But if you have interactive brokers, you couldn't short it. I don't know about E-Trade, but you know, I really don't know. So there's no, so BAOS is not available to short at E-Trade or IB. So, okay. Okay, Nicholas. So let me try to help Nicholas in our YouTube room. He says, I can't get the AI to make trades, both live account and simulated. Well, I can certainly show in the simulation. One of the reasons is, okay, here are the strategies. Okay, so number one, have you turned them all on? I'm pretty sure you have to turn them on. Okay, so that's the first thing. You have to turn them on. Now, if you have turned them on and you're wondering, well, how come I didn't take a trade? First of all, have you watched this video? Because it goes over the limit. Give me a second here. Okay, because if you edit the long trading instructions, you notice you've got this limit offset. Depending on what it says, I don't know what the default is. I don't ever auto trade anything, okay? But depending on what that says right there is minus 5 cents, okay? So what that means is you may get an alert. Let's just say for argument's sake, you get a real-time alert at $10, but the stock is going so quickly that it's 10:10 before, even though you've got it on sort of auto trade mode, you will not get a fill because it moves so quickly. So that could be what's happening, okay? You're just not able to get a trade because it's moving so quickly, and it all depends on what your limit offset is. If you don't know what that is, then please watch that video. I put in a link. The second video goes over a lot of this, okay? And if you really want to get into it, if you can hold on till noon, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. He's way more of an expert on this stuff than I am. But that typically is the reason if you're not getting a fill. Now you have to click on Sim, of course. You have to connect to the simulated trading default count to the simulated trading default account. But that's typically the reason. The limit offset is it's too tight. So you know, if a stock is moving pretty quickly, you just won't get a fill. Whoa. Guys, I'm just getting so many alerts here. Now, let me take a look at lots to see what it did from my option scanner. 443 was the alert. Yeah, so I missed that one. I mean, 443 was the alert, and it popped up to all the way up to 475. But as I said before, when I say you've got to trade them, I mean, if you get into the trade, you can't just wander away, okay? You have to, these are so dynamic. You cannot just wander away from your computer for half an hour and think, you know, all's going to be rosy when you come back. That's what, when I say you have to trade them, that's what I'm talking about. I don't mean you have to take the trade. I'm just saying when you're in the trade, be very aware of what's happening. Okay, so the gamble showed up. Now, gamble in the option scanner, but let's take a look left here. 739 is the next high looking left. It looks like there's just too much resistance not that far away for my liking for the GMBL. So consequently, I won't take that one. Keep an eye on the SBEA, guys. SBEA, keep an eye on it. In fact, I'm just going to demonstrate a couple things here with our simulator, okay? So, I think this is the, yes, so that's the Brokerage Plus. I just popped in the link to Brokerage Plus. So this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. It's only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. So the link I popped in, it has two videos. The short video is if you have an Interactive Broker account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. It doesn't work with anything else, okay? Please don't ask me about TDA or Thinkorswim or any other broker. It may happen in the future. I have no idea if it's going to though, okay? It's just IB and E-Trade. So you don't have to use it, but it's there as a feature if you want to, okay? And the second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more details about how you can use this. Now, as a simulator, if you're new to trading, I would really recommend that before you start trading, I would practice in our simulator. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Okay, I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to show you something, okay? Just want to show you a little bit about money management. Let's just say you want to take this trade right now, this SBEA. It's starting to drop a little. That's okay. Actually, you know what? We'll practice it more on a pullback. Okay, let's say you want to take SBEA, but you want to take it if it pulls back to a certain level. Maybe, you know, down, I don't know. I'm just going to show you the mechanics of doing it. Take 300 shares. I'll take it if it pulls back to, say, gamble on the move here, guys. It's been a fabulous day. You're going to click the buy button and you will see right there a blue line appears on the chart. So if SBEA pulls back down to 1170, it'll take the trade, okay? Now, I could be completely wrong about the gamble. I was saying, I didn't love it because of this resistance here, but showed up on my option scanner at 710. It's 740 now, so that's not a bad move, but I did not take it. Ooh, interesting. Auto just appeared in the option scanner. Let's watch, see how. Okay, just a second. I'm watching how well this holds this 5 level or the 4 level for auto. Okay, I'd be putting an alert just over 4, maybe up here, 408. Now, the only issue is you've got these topping tails in the 15-minute chart. It's really going to have to get over 4 quickly. Otherwise, this could turn into a nice short. Because here's the topping tails on the 15-minute chart. What do they mean? Buyers had it up to this level, 412. Sellers knocked it down, 387. Okay, so there it is. Just got over 4 again. Can it hold it? Stupid thing. All right, guys. So, okay, you notice what happened? It took the trade, right? SBEA, it got down to that 1171 mark or 1170, so it ended up taking the trade. Okay, saw how that worked? Just the mechanics of how it works. Now, of course, at this point, if I want to get out of the trade, I can flatten it, or I could sell half, or I could double it. I could go down here and sell a certain number of shares at a certain price if that's what I want to do. Okay, I want to show now the mechanic. Now, let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? I'll use this one as the example. I mean, we could get stopped out really quickly here, but I just want to use this one as the example. OCGN. When you get into trading, this is going to whip on me. Okay, see how it took the trade? I bought it at the market. It was only a 1 cent spread, so no problem buying it at the market. So I'm going to add the stop order. My entry is 1582. I'm going to put a stop at 1562 to make the math simple. You might say, well, what is a stop? Well, the way I trade, a lot of people in the room trade, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have, in my opinion, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. And that's the key. That's why you have to practice, because you might say, well, it makes sense, but how am I going to know where to put that stop? Well, again, I put a 20-cent stop away to make the math easy. I'll explain why in a moment. But typically what I do is I size up a chart. I look at a chart and I think, okay, I think there's a nice support area here. If it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. Other ways of doing it, you can maybe get out below the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle or down to a moving average, etc. That's why you have to practice, okay, to get comfortable with where you're going to be placing your stops. Notice where I place my stop at 1562, and it says minus 97, which is very close to 100. Why? Because that's the next concept. When you get into trading, I think a lot of people, they'll say, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, some fixed number. That again is not how I trade. What I do is I trade size. First of all, I have to determine how much am I willing to risk on the trade? How much am I willing to lose on the trade? And I keep that number about the same every single trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. Okay? So that's how I got the 500. How? Well, if I take my entry, 1582, my stop is 1562, that is 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So again, if it goes down to 1562 with 500 shares, that's a 20-cent loss. 500 times 20 cents equals 100. Okay? So that, a couple of concepts then, you have to get a feel for where you're going to place stops, and then that'll share size you. The other thing is that you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. It sounds contrary to everything, but you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist, and you have, in my opinion anyway, you should be able to go check, 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 and if you can check everything, then you can take the trade. But even so, even if everything checks out, it's the right volume, it's the right pattern, it's got a lot of things going for it. Even the best setup in the world doesn't necessarily work. So the next trick is to obey your stop. Don't get too stubborn. You don't think, wow, but it's too good. It's too good. It's going to come back. Okay? It could, absolutely. Probably the worst thing that can happen when you start off trading is not obeying your stop, and then it pops back on you and say, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. But the next time you do it, that manageable $100 loss, you don't obey it. Now you're down 2, now you're down 3, now you're down 4, 5, $600 before you finally throw up your hands, sell it, and kick yourself for not obeying your stop. You can always get back into a trade, okay? Sometimes they just, maybe, the setup might appear again. You can always get back in. So that's all I'm going to say. It's up to you, but that's, I think it's very important. Money management is so critical. So at this point, I can get out of this trade right now. Again, I can flatten it. I can now I'm going to get out of these trades. I'm going to show you why I'm getting out, okay? I'm going to flatten. I'm going to flatten. Okay, flatten just gets you out of a trade. Okay, so I'm out of the trades. Now, I want to draw your attention to these three columns here. Today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. Because the next tough thing about trading, we all go through it. You're going to say to yourself, oh man, I sold too soon, or man, I didn't sell when I should have, things like that, okay? So when you look at the max P&L, that is telling me that, okay, when I was still in this trade with the number of shares I had, the max I could have made right at the very top, right, if I got it right at the very penny, would have been up $176. You can say right now, and where I exited, I made 176, okay, right at the max. So at that point, obviously I exited right at the very top. What this is telling me now is that it is 8 cents below where I exited. Of course, so when you get into a trade, of course, when you get out, you love to see a big negative number. You think to yourself, wow, good exit. It's way below where I exited, okay? So it's a bit of a gauge to see how good are your exits. Same thing I did here. So far, so good. What you don't want to see is, let's say that max P&L said like $500, and then you exited only for a $100 profit, or even worse, a loss. this can give you a, this can sort of show you, well, how good are my exits? Because obviously, getting out of trades is a huge, huge part of trading, kind of having a sense of where to get out of trades. You don't have to get out of the whole position. You can get out of half, sometimes, if a trade is really, really working well, you could double your position or add to your position down here with a certain number of shares. So all I'm saying is that practice, practice, practice. The other thing you can do is if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading here. Okay, so if you don't exit by the end of the day, you can practice swing trading because it'll carry forward. I'm flabbergasted with this move in car. I mean, it's an earnings play. Unbelievable. I just hope nobody got too hurt. I'm sorry, I don't know what the status is of some of you who are shorting this one. What is the bid ask? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, well, it says 501, 555 right now. Okay, 501, 555. Well, and it's such a low float. I mean, for at the beginning of the day, $170 stock. It's funny because I didn't see this at all. Even though this would have been out of the price range, my scanner would pick this up in the pre-market. There was nothing. I mean, look at. Well, you know what? The only thing is, this might be because it's such an exponential move. No, it didn't look like there was that big a reaction after hours yesterday at all. And then this morning, this mauve area here. Mauve area here is after hours for us. They released yesterday after hours. Really no reaction. No reaction pre-market. I mean, lots of time to get in. 178. Well, I feel badly for anybody who got trapped in this. Okay, just opened a little bit higher. And there's that short float percent also. So, I mean, probably the memers have got a hold of this one too. Look at the short float percent. Again, what does that mean? That means the float is 65 million shares, 28% were short. So what's happened is, these people who were short are watching this and they're madly buying the stock to cover their positions, further fueling the buying frenzy. So as I always like to say it, it's like you have sort of for instance, if I were buying this stock today, I mean, I'm not short or anything like that. I'm just buying because I like the earnings results, etc. So that's kind of what we'll call the true buying, and then you get the short covering buying. I mean, still buying, but it just turns into a buying frenzy. So where did it close yesterday? So it closed at 171 yesterday, closed around 171 yesterday, and it didn't do anything in the pre-market. I mean, there's 175, but I mean, that's nothing. I mean, that's the 9:15 candle. That's the last candle before the market opened. Hit a high of 175, so no massive move from the close of yesterday. It's crazy how this traded. Honestly, it is crazy. Anyway, what time is it? 11:07. Hard to look at anything else other than the OLB and the car. There's Pfizer. Yeah, Pfizer did have earnings today. PFE earnings today, pre-market. Whew, okay, catch my breath here. So, man, that gamble from the AI from my option scanner. I did not take that one. I was so wrapped up in other stuff, but that is definitely a great. I haven't even looked at my watch list. Okay, so kind of a mixed bag here. I mean, the EXTR, this is the one I did take. I got stopped out for a loss, EXTR. The lots, LOTZ, the alert was at 443. It got up to 475 before it pulled all the way back. And this one is still active. The gamble, 710, and it's at 789 now. And then this one didn't really do anything. The auto, I think I got up to 417. So yeah, so that really, so both of these little car plays, this one worked, but you had to be quick. This one did not work. EXTR didn't really work, but the gamble really made up for anything else. And these are, again, I'm sharing that one. I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock. Okay, it's just showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Halt, 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 halt. And there's car halted again on the way down. Yeah, there's the OLB alive again. I'm not in it anymore, but what would it take to get me back in? There is that 1646 over here. Yeah, I'm not sure what it would take. Inverted hammers, let me just see. If you're ever wondering if we have anything, okay, so here we have 2, 5, 10, 15, 30-minute hammers. Now, you're talking about an inverted hammer? Oh, just a second. Give me a moment, please. So we have hammers. I guess, I don't know, maybe you don't have inverted hammers. It's something I've never really looked at, but wow, OLB. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Isn't that called something else? Wow, I'm not in it. I did not get back into the OLB. Oh, brother. I don't know. Is there another term for an inverted hammer? Somebody's asking, looking for inverted hammers. I don't think we have. Don't have anything called a shooting star. So when you ask, can alert symbols be flipped? What exactly do you mean by that? Can alert symbols be flipped? Are you talking about taking a, say, a strategy or an alert window that is looking for stocks, say, making new highs with certain filters in place, and then flipping it to see with those same filters stocks making new lows? I don't understand exactly what you mean by can alert symbols be flipped. Well, I don't know if lots is still in play. I mean, you would have to, I mean, it doesn't look good now. I mean, that's a massive pullback. It's gone negative. So I would almost say no. Yes, so, okay. I'll show you how you can do that. I'm talking to you in our YouTube room, David. So for instance, I've got here moving higher with unusually strong options volume, okay? So if I look at what I've got here, so it looks at the filters. What can be flipped will be flipped. Now this is not a great, well, okay. Obviously new high could be flipped to new low. You can't flip a price range or volume, these contracts, but this says the price was up at least 0.01%. That can be flipped to be down at least 0.01%, okay? And by flip, so the first thing I would do is you take your, whoops, so you would duplicate your window. And then I would right click, configure, and then where it says flip, flip it. See now if I click on the summary, see now it says new low, and now the price was down. So you've basically taken the strategy and flipped it to the other side. I don't think that will, you can try that. Let me just see, I don't think that, let me just see if that actually works. I know I'll try it. I'm going to cancel out of this. Okay, so I'm going to have a 2-minute hammer. Add the alert. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to see if that does flip it. There you go. So it's called the 2-minute hanging man, I guess. That's what it's going to be flipped to. I don't know if that's what you want, but that's what it did. Yeah, the flipping is nice. I mean, it's just a time saver. If you've got like here I got basic new highs, basic new lows. So I didn't have to recreate this with all the filters that I had here. I could just duplicate the window and then flip it. And what can be flipped will be flipped. Well, it depends on the time of day, a perfect circle. I mean, sometimes it's too general. It's just too general a question. I mean, sometimes like right there, had an alert there for gamble, and it would rest it for about 30 minutes and then popped on the volume. That's after it rested. So I mean, it's too general a question. D. This is not an IPO. Sorry, Dominion Energy. For some reason, it got halted. Came out as a resumed. I don't know why. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I'm on mute. I was on mute, yes. Okay, guys, let's see. All right, so extra's getting me a little more interested in it again, though, I mean, there's some volume that came in. It's basing nicely. It is an earnings play. Doesn't have a lot of resistance. Let me see here. The next high is 1229 on that monthly chart, I think, yes. And on the weekly chart, yeah, it's the same thing. All right, guys, I'm just going to change headsets. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if this is an earnings play, but this is starting to move down. Sabre, yeah, it's an earnings play. Wow, didn't see it. So much happening. Remember, we're in the earnings season, or the part of the earnings season that I really like. I don't care about Apple and Microsoft and Amazon and Google and Netflix and you know, it's these second and third tier ones that can give you the tremendous moves. Now, again, I did not even see this one till just now, the Sabre. Yeah, Zach. Yeah, okay. You definitely come back, but take care for sure. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of GNUS, but hey, just I've seen their story too many times. I don't think so in the web-based version yet, Perfect Circle. I think it's just on the downloadable app. And well, first of all, this. I'm in a development version, number one, so nobody has this. Okay, I'm in a development version, so even people with the latest version of our downloadable application, they won't have this either. Whether it's going to be on the web-based version, I don't know. There you are. Maybe not as dark or red, but all right, guys. Under Armour under a little bit of pressure now. UAA, a little bit of pressure. After this is an earnings play, but it looks well. It's already been fading 26 down to 20. Too late. Too late for me now, anyway. But I'm just going to kind of rest here. I mean, this was a frantic morning. Yeah, I did see that TRIT downgrade. TRIT. That was a downgrade for TRIT. TRIT. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least now it isn't. I don't know if it was earlier, but yeah, that was a big downgrade this morning. All right, I guess I have to look at Bingo. Bingo's on the way here. BNGO on the way. Big, big move here. Look at that big daily candle now for Bingo. Sort of started yesterday. Not a low float. Always amazed how this moves, and yet it's not a low float. At least we don't have it as a low float. Meanwhile, OLB just made a new high. Pulled back, but it did make a new high briefly. All right, so you notice here, distance from the exit price for where I got out of the SBEA in the simulator, 49 cents below. That's what you want to see. In fact, rarely does this happen. I wonder if that's right. Give me a moment here. Yeah, so I must have got out right at the in both of these, got out right at the top, right at the very top. You can't expect to do that, but in this particular case, I got out right at the very top. Perfect Circle, you've been in this, you've been watching me for a long time. You know I don't. It's just, I'm very simple trader. A little bit of price action volume, that's it, but I don't use any VPA. If you're talking about, so no. All right, guys, let's see. What's the Sabre doing? Will the Sabre bounce eventually? Boy, this has got, let's take a look here left on the monthly chart. 902 is the next, is that could hold it. 9 could hold it. All right, Bausch, BHC is just coming in. Another earnings play on the way down. Whoa, look at the room it's got. Look at the room. Look at the room underneath for Bausch. BHC. Look left. I mean, this is a crazy looking chart, but the next low looking left is way down here, 25.74. But a dollar away. Earnings play. Sabre continues. Let's see if that 9 holds though. SABR I'm talking about. Well, Vuzi, after the nice big day it had yesterday, this is starting to sink. Again, this is sort of, it's a meta play. All right, I'm keeping an eye on BHC to see how well it, if it's going to bounce off that 27 and come right back down. I'm watching the BHC. The attraction for me, of course, is that big, big void underneath. There's no chart support. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. I'm just saying that that's why it's attractive to me. Best thing that could happen would be a little base here, maybe a couple more, and this a couple more candles right there, and then another drop for the BHC. Yeah, Shady, I'm going to 100% agree with you. I mean, everybody does it because you can't. The reason why people add to losers is because they can't believe it's not working, and they think, well, I thought it was so good at 10, it's got even better at 9, and man, fantastic at 8. Um, we've all done it. Yeah, I mean, there's it is the, if you loved me at 10, you gotta love me at 8. You know, I mean, but I mean, I tell you, look, we all did it. We've all done it. I haven't done that for years and years and years. All right, stick an alert down here on 2680 for BHC and see if it takes it out. If not, I'll just move on. Haven't seen Peloton for a while. PTON. So they have earnings coming up on the 4th, after hours on the 4th. Okay, so, oh boy, PRTS, I'm just noticing here in my option scanner, so I see bingo, but PRTS was earlier at 1572. Let's see what it did. No, I missed it. I don't know why I missed it, but I did miss it. Coming into, probably wouldn't have taken it anyway. It looks like to me there's a lot of resistance around 16. Of course, car, anything with car in the name right now is going to be of interest. And then bingo, BNGO, also showed up. All right, BHC getting interesting. For me, anyway. Probably be boring, but I know. Well, yeah. Well, PRTS showed up in the option scanner. Yeah, pretty simple to follow. What Real said. I should rephrase that. Simple rule, sometimes so people will not follow it. All right, guys, so I will be taking a break in about 20 minutes. I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Michael Noss in the room. Just want to make sure. He is definitely more of an expert on using Brokerage Plus. This VRT, I think they did a financing. I want to say they did a financing. Secondary announces the pricing. I don't see the pricing though. I see the headline saying announces the pricing. I don't see the pricing, VRT. All right, confirmation. It is Michael that will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in. When I take my break at noon, you can head over there if you want to. Again, he's much more an expert on using Brokerage Plus than I am. If you have any of those sorts of questions. He also gets into way more into back testing strategies and all that, which I don't do any of. I see Bitcoin, BITO, taking a little bit of a pop here. Or at least this guy here, BITO. BITO. Just one moment, please. $25? Okay, thank you. I could not see it. I mean, I hate it when they have a headline like that and then I can't see it in the headline. Well, I hate it, but... here we go. Net Element just, yeah, so Real just mentioned Net Element. Net Element just got halted. And what is the projection? Yeah, hard to know. It says 1040 right now. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. That could stall it. NETE, that could stall it. Now here we go. Okay, so Net Element reverse merger partner Mullen Automotive. Got auto, okay, begins plans to expand to Robinsonville in Mississippi. So there is, you know, so it's got auto in the name. I have 1089. 200-day moving average, I have 1089 for NETE. William? You can see it right there on our charts, the green line right there. We're usually, that data usually is pretty solid from us, the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. So again, before I go, just want to put in the promo code. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, 25% off. Still, again, I'm surprised it is still available. All right, this is, let's see, got halted, net element got halted, NETE got halted at 11:43 plus 1 second, so 11:48. So this should open at 11:48. So in about a minute from now, this should open, NETE. We'll see what happens with it. I'm not getting a not a big clue yet. There's no pop yet, not 10:49, 10:49. Halted at 10:53, so it's not like we're seeing 11 something. So it's hard to know where it's really going to open. I have to admit, I don't understand the reverse merger partner. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't. Oh, mobile. Oh no, I'm not. Automobile. No. I don't get it, but anyway, we'll have to see what happens once it opens. And we will be open really soon, if it's a 5-minute halt. In 4, 3, 2, 1, pop. There we go. We're open. So it pulled back a little bit. And let's see if it just charges right through that halt, 10:55. Now, the only issue is there's that 200-day. Very, very close, 1089. Yeah, this doesn't look good for a pop through that. And even if it did, you'd have the 200-day moving average to contend with. Yeah, I mean I'll be surprised if it takes this out again, the 1055. I'll be a little bit surprised. But I still, I mean, there's that 200-day. I mean, it's right there. I mean, is it 100% that would block it? No, of course not. Nothing's 100%, but, I mean, it is right there. Yeah, it's true. It is. What's the weather like? I am not muted. Who's asking that question? I am not muted. Meanwhile, SKT, that just showed up on my option scanner at 1978. Might struggle to get through 20, but plus you're in sort of chase mode. right, the BHC starting to move down. Okay, guys, SKT I think is just starting to rip here. Yes, look at this. It ripped right through. So the alert was at 1978 from my option scanner. It 20 was no issue, zero issue whatsoever. It just ran right through. I didn't take it. I did not take that one. Wow. It's an earnings play, November 1st. Post-market, not a big reaction after hours, not a big reaction pre-market either. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. If the sound is too sorry, if the sound is too much of a distraction, I will put myself on mute. Oh, I think they're fading away now. Maybe one more move down for BHC before I take my break. You know what, guys? The OLB is sort of setting up again. I mean, just look at this on the 15-minute chart. See how sort of higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. If this ever gets some more volume again, pops through, who knows where it's going. I've just been told that it's not over. Here's another one that I sort of saw, but I didn't click on it. I have no idea. Knixa, KNSA. Another one. Oh, look at that, coming into the 200-day moving average also. This is shortable for me. What a couple of days it's had. November 1st pre-market. So it had earnings yesterday, pre-market. Obviously, reaction was excellent. And now, so this is a continuation. This is what we call a continuation of earnings. All right, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement in. Make sure I get it up before I do take off. Well, the aforementioned KNSA on the move here. KNSA on the move. Look at that 200-day moving average right there. So guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in the YouTube room. Then I'll be, as I say, taking my break. I mentioned Under Armour earlier as a potential fade candidate, and was a little late, right there, but it is fading. It's continuing its fade. Under Armour, UAA, earnings play, big pop pre-market, nice surge once the market opened, but and you can just kind of see where it stalled. The high was 26.28. 26.02 is there. 26.45 is there. I mean, it just kind of stalled right there. Those tops of those monthly candles. Meanwhile, yeah, KNSA is just having a great second day after earnings. Okay, Michael, I see you just started. Okay, I'll stop my YouTube streaming. Okay, have a good time for your 1 hour, Michael.
Okay, everyone. Just making sure I get everything out of the way there. And then if I hit this, then it should be good. Let's just move that a little bit. I got one of those awkwardly shaped monitors, so I have to crop. Well, sweet. There we go. All good. All right, so if you guys are new here, essentially what we do is we open up the chat for an hour to help out with Q&A and any issues you guys may have with trade ideas or anything we can do to help support you in learning the software. So please, I always kind of beg for questions just because, we generally speaking don't have a whole lot prepared because we want to make sure that there's room for question and answer for people who are struggling. If you don't know anything about me, I don't know, I'm the resident math nerd, I guess is what I'm called around here. So I do a lot of the algorithmic stuff. I'm a chartered market technician, but basically how a lot of people trade by looking at the news and then using charts for entries and exits. I look at algorithms and then I use the charts for entries and exit. Hey Iris, hey Jay, are you Canadian? What did I before I answer? Well, yeah, I guess there's no way to answer that without saying that. But what I do, it's like right away, people know. I don't hear it, but right, you never hear your own accent. But I'm always curious to what I do to let the ghost out. There's always something. It's always an A or a boot or something like that. Out. There we go. We'll do her. Trying to create the super trend indicator. I've played with that. I did some testing on it, and my testing, and we just found it was overall, just like an ATR trailing stop. But again, you got to remember our customs don't move. But again, the super trend, just trying to think. Let me actually look up the math because I think it's just plus one ATR to the downside or however many ATR you want to the downside. So I know you know this already, AJ, but you can't modify the length of our ATR. So you'd just be going into it and multiplying the ATR by 3 and, take the, come on, this thing's loading, and then just add or subtract price, right? Well, it won't work exactly like that because the super trend has another thing that it tries to determine trend. So it either puts it below price if it's I'm reading it here. So it's supposed to all just be a trend determination along with a stop loss determination. I'm just trying to find a good explanation for it here. That's right. That's the first thing I always like to do with any indicator is look at the mathematics behind it because that's the first thing that demystifies it as something that's right gonna put a bunch of money in your profit, right? Which I think is always how to calculate the super trend indicator. There we go. Because that's all it is. It's an ATR stop loss combined with some form of no, not that either. Yeah, it's an ATR stop loss combined with some sort of trend indication. Just 1 second here. Yeah, so it's price divided, so it's price plus whatever multiplier you're doing plus ATR for it being above, and price minus a multiplier minus ATR for whatever is below. So, we obviously want to have the ability to have it follow a trend like that, the way the customs work. So, right, what I would just do is, if you're looking for a long setup, just take ATR and multiply it by whatever number you want, and away you go. And then if you're looking for a short, you're looking for ATR and whatever is above it. And that's how simplistic and that's probably why my testing just didn't find anything with it, is just because it is just an ATR stop loss, right? So, within our own ATR, I wouldn't apply that to a chart because that wouldn't work at all. But, right, we can go the periods, but we can't multiply it. So you're probably best just going into a custom and taking the ATR. You said 10 and there's 14. It would be rarely different. It wouldn't really make any difference one way or the other mathematically. And then just either subtract it from price, multiplying the ATR by 3 in your example, or add it to price, multiplying the ATR by 3. So that'd be the way to do it. No chart indicator for that one yet. Maybe in the future, but again, it's just an ATR trailing stop and a moving average slapped together. I did develop the Market Explorer strategies. I went through it, never found anything that could help. That's okay, right? It's just to help find people that have things based off their written tested trading plan. So if there's nothing there that meets your trading plan, that's fine. Well, again, the 10 would most likely be the length of the ATR, which I mentioned, and I know you already know, can't be modified. And then the 3, I'm assuming, is 3 ATRs. So I would just multiply our 14 period ATR by 3, as opposed to doing a 10 period ATR by 3. And in 99.9% of cases, that will be very, very, very similar, right? It's a 14 period versus a 10 period. Would only matter if, the last 10 periods are insane, but the 3 periods before that weren't, right? It's just an averaging thing. Okay, need to be able to minimum. Again, a super trend indicator is just price minus ATR times whatever multiple you want of ATR. That's not magic, but then what it does is, if it ever crosses that, it just switches it from green to red and puts it under or over. So no, it's not a maximum minimum thing. It's a length, look back, and a multiplication thing. Let me see if I can find the website of the math. It seems like you haven't looked up and again, I always recommend, if you're interested in using an indicator for your trading, step 1 is to look at the math, just to make sure that, right, it's not, when you see lines on charts, especially when it comes to things like moving average crossovers that look great but are always delayed, just go look at the math, and it's the first thing you need to figure out, because no one would trade off an indicator that they don't understand all of the kind of mathematics behind, right? So I'm just trying to find a nice clean example with the clean math. But yeah, all it is it takes price and it subtracts an ATR, or however many ATRs you want, if it's in an uptrend. And if it's in a downtrend, it takes that and it subtracts however many ATRs there is there, right? So that's the cleanest example I found. Right, so if we look at this, right, it just shows you clear as day the calculation, blah, blah, right? It's all based on ATR, so it explains the ATR, right? Red line, high, low, which is just an average price. So I would just use price to make it simpler. It wouldn't really matter. Um, multiplier times ATR, right? So your multiplier looks like it's 3 and ATR is what it is. It looks like you're going to need a 10 period. Well, your thing looks for a 10 period ATR, whatever strategy you're looking at. And you just multiply that by 3. And we only have a 14, so that will have to be what it is. But that's all it is, right? Eventually, price will close under, right? It will make a move that's bigger than 3 ATRs down, and that's your exit. So it's no different from someone using an ATR trailing stop and then track or slapping a moving average on that for trend direction. So I think in most cases it's not used as a trading system. It's used just as a stop methodology, which is fine. You know, ATR is a perfectly logical stop to use. I've had my own ideas. I'm not going to just take, you know, a carbon copy of that, but I'll do something else, right? But no worries. It's just always a good idea to. I don't use a super trend. No, I don't believe in indicators primarily. Uh, you know, this is what my trading screen is, right? It's mostly every time I look at something that's got 1,000 indicators in it, it just really complicates the game plan for me. And I always look at it, and this is, I'm sure someone's going to have heard me tell this story before, but um, if there was an indicator that just produced money consistently all the time, you would never hear about it. Because why would someone sell it to you or give it to you for free in the case of something like a super trend? You know, and the story I like to tell is that the guy who invented the Black-Scholes models for pricing options wasn't Black or Scholes. He was just some guy who first he hacked the roulette wheel, and this was in like the 70s, where he had some sort of um, you know, mechanism in his shoe, and he could time when the ball hit, and he could get within enough of a probability that over the length of time, he basically created an edge in roulette. And then, um, oh, see, I actually just changed that for a presentation, but I actually like white and black, so I'll change those back for you too. But yeah, so he invented this Black-Scholes model, but of course, or sorry, I should fast forward there, but he so he beat the roulette wheel, and then eventually, like they do in Vegas, if you've got an edge and they find you with a computer, um, they beat him up. And so he said, okay, well, I need to find something that I can hack and make money from, and they can't beat me up. So he found the stock market. So he created the Black-Scholes model in which he could more accurately price options above and beyond what anyone else could at the time. But he didn't tell anyone and just milked it for years and years and years. And then eventually Black and Scholes discovered the same thing and create the Black-Scholes model. And I remember I was reading an interview of his, and he's like, you know, did you regret not telling people? And he said, no. He's like, they got fame, but I got a yacht. And it's just like anything else. If there was an indicator out there that just printed a bunch of money, no one would ever say a word. And then if it ever got out, as soon as there's something that's guaranteed to happen in the market, there's so many people taking the other side of that thing that it doesn't, right? So always you have to remember the market's a self-correcting mechanism. And you know, that's the reason why we're working on AIs and advanced you know, things that update with what's going on at the time, is because as soon as something becomes, you know, quote unquote known, it's going to be instantly priced away, because again, there's going to be enough people competing that it's going to price that away, right? It's the same like in my town. I'm sure it happened in a lot of towns a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. There was like this big froyo, you know, you go in, you get your frozen yogurt, you pour your shit on it yourself, and they weigh it, and that's how you pay. And there was one that opened up in our town. They started getting a bunch of business and making a shit ton of money. And then there was 10 that opened up. And then most of them are gone except maybe one or two. And it's the same in the market, right? Any strategy that is simple like that developed gets copied and then gets priced out of the market, which is why away we go. Again, maybe at some point with the super trend, but it's just so generic and simple. And, you can just take ATR and add or subtract a few from it, and away you go. We're trying to create more new things instead of copying things that just already exist out there and, um, have been proven over the length of time that they don't really work too well. So that's the kind of thing we're trying to do with the Market Explorer, like TI Strength that we're looking at, for example, is an algorithm we built from the ground up and then back tested it over 5 years um, and all of that. But so again, eventually we're going to start building out indicator sets and things like that, but we'll go at whatever's the most popular and on the way down. I've often thought of trying to come up with my own trailing stop style thing, like a super trend, but something that's a little more robust than just adding and subtracting ATR to it. Airbnb, that one looked great, but has earnings. Sorry, I'm just looking around here. LYV has just been a monster. I've been in this one for a while. I have to get out before earnings, which is tomorrow. This thing, if it's not already out in beta, should be out soon, and I'm really excited for it. It's just a very simple earnings in 2 days, right? That's all I need to see. And then, yeah, MindMed, I picked some off. I have some in a long-term investing account in the Canadian version of MindMed that traded long before this one did at a lower price, but just for a trade, I picked some up over 250 on MindMed, hoping to see if we can get to 3 for a partial. Other than that, it's not a lot going on in the market, right? It's just not bearish. There's just nothing at all. And I remember pounding the table, and a lot of people thought I was crazy back when, right? You remember this scary pullback that was going to be the end of the world that ended up just being a 5% pullback? It's what's been happening all year. So I'm going to continue to buy these dips until something proves me wrong. That's what risk management's for. But man, just everything I look at. And this is one channel that I really like that we have, which is the sector status channel. It's a bit heavy, right? It takes a lot of juice and a couple seconds to load, but it just gives you a good outlay of what's doing well and what's doing poorly, right? So poorly today we're seeing utilities, energy. That's about it. Oh, and communications. But communications is driven a lot by some of those big names. What the hell is EA doing in there? But yeah, so, in a bearish environment, do you think utilities would be selling off, right? Any chance we'll use our own symbolist? Maybe in the future. For now, it's just still early beta. I've got another couple being built soon. Let me actually run it over here. Let's see where. Can I talk about the Market Explorer? Sure. It's a something we have access to in the back end that allows us to do more because we can kind of build everything from scratch. Um, right? So I can, in theory, with enough time and energy, build anything, right? Which is crazy because I can reference price and volume going back up to 10 years. It's the system in which we built the TI strength algorithm, which has been outperforming the market in backtest for 5 years and has been killing it lately. This week, some of these things are getting a little bit slower to launch, but this one did great right off the bat. So it's the mechanism in which I made those algorithms. So what it's going to be is just a bunch of pre-built scans, because the fact that it's one of those things that the more powerful a tool gets, the less customization we can give to users, because A, it's too complex, and B, it just requires too much server powers. Like, I've crashed the test servers a few times with this and made people not too happy. So we can't have individual users pounding away on it. But what we're ended up doing is just building different scans for things that we can't do within the system. So, for example, bull flag will just contain. Let's see, this thing keeps messing up again. Early beta. That's why it's not in the live version. But a lot of these things, you got to ignore the buyouts and stuff like that, which I'll be building in soon. But like ME is technically going through a bull flag. If we look at VLD, that's a nice looking bull flag. So they're just pre-built scans that, again, I can go a little bit more in depth into, like this SLIV. That's a nice looking bull flag. I can go into a little bit more of detail on things that I want to build. This 820 crossovers is basically just looking for on the 2-minute chart, and this is something that Barry asked us to build because I guess it's something the room makes millions and millions of dollars with. Is looking for moving averages to crossover. I don't like it, but he asked me to build it. And then also we have TI strength and RSI divergences. So an RSI divergence is just essentially looking for stocks that are making lower lows where the relative strength index is not quite making lower lows. And this could be a precursor to a change in momentum. And that's it. So it's just pre-built scans. So, if your written and tested trading plan had an RSI divergence in it, before we couldn't scan for that for you, but now that we can. If your written and tested trading plan was both bull and bear flags, well, we can now build those for you as well. Like Robinhood putting in a decent little bear flag after this gap down, things like that. So again, just like anything, it's just to help people find things that are on their trading plan. What kind of dog? I have two. They're both rescued. One's staring at me right now because he wants me to move the shit under my feet so he can lie under my feet. Hold on. It's a Shar-Pei English Bulldog mix, and then we have a Pit Lab mix. They're both rescues. I'm newer. Well, I would say first thing you do if you're interested in the TI strength alerts is just go to the channel because that actually explains everything. You can get this. You get this pop-up, and these are the actual official ones. So if you're not a TI member and you're kind of looking for something simple, yeah, here you AJ. No plans for symbol lists at this time, but maybe in the future. So this actually is the top 5 as of Friday's close. Again, we do some scanning with these to make sure that earnings isn't next week or that we're not clumping all into one thing. But these are basically just emailed to you every week with just 5 ideas, entries, and stop losses. And then we've tracked these out 5 years to make sure that that there's some statistical merit to it, which again is the way that I trade. Is I want to find out that there's a statistical advantage to doing something, and then I want to use chart analysis to do it. So that's how you use those. Is it just the email tells you kind of exactly where the algorithm is looking for entries or exits. But then when it comes to the TI strength alerts, let's bring that up. This is showing you kind of the top anywhere to 100. So can't go into the exact details behind it, but it's essentially ranking stocks using a bunch of indicators and price patterns and stuff like that to find what is technically strong instruments, and the concept of relative strength is the most studied concept in just trading in general. There's been so much study on, the easiest way to beat the market is just to buy strong things and to sell weak things, right? There's something pre-built into human nature where we want to buy the underdog. Whereas the TI strength alerts that I built, it was basically right after I did my CMT, and they showed a lot of academic, peer-reviewed studies about different relative strength systems and models. But like anything, I want to build my own, and I want to put my own kind of twist on it. So what you're going to find in these TI strength alerts is just stocks that are stronger. Generally speaking, people would do that relative to the market. But instead of doing it relative to the market, because TI has all this massive server power, which again is why we can't allow a lot of cost customization with this, I can compare every stock to every other stock in the market, which again is just, immense when you think about it, right? There's a lot of server tech going on there. So there's not really a trigger necessarily or a stop loss for them, just because I haven't tested on all of these different ones. But the ones that I did test, it was basically, a weekly rotation. So you'd buy and you'd hold for a week and then you'd sell again. So, and I'm actually thinking of, I don't know if it'd be well received, but on my own personal YouTube channel, just doing something where maybe I put 10 grand into an account somewhere and then kind of show how I would use only this scan in order to trade. But again, the concept is that you're looking for stocks that are strong relative to the other stocks out there in the market, and then you're just hunting for examples, right? So, this one kind of, even without looking for it, this is a very standard kind of cup and handle look like this. So if I were to trade this, I'd say, okay, well, there's earnings in the fourth, so I wouldn't trade this. But right, I'd say kind of if we break the top end of this range here, that's where I'd get involved and then use some sort of trailing stop for there. Stocks that I'm in from this. Let me look. I'm in, not blue, not that blue, that blue. Right, so this came up on the scan for blue, right on this candle. So I'm in that one. I took out massive chunk, most there, and then I'm just going to wait for a short-term moving average breakdown to get out of the rest. What else am I? MDAI, I think, was from last week. MDAI, but I'm still in this one, and this was just alerted kind of on this candle. So I'm about flat on that one, give or take. ACI, right? So again, the one thing you'll notice with all of these symbols is that they're all in uptrends. So ACI, I actually took on a break of this kind of flag right there. So I'm long from in here. I'm up okay on that one. ASO, I'm just going through the examples just to show you that all these things are just relatively strong type stocks. When you look at some things that the people want to buy, they're getting smacked from them. So uh, again, the concept is just to stay in the stuff that when you bring up the chart, it's going up. Because the only reason technical analysis works is because trends exist longer than they should, right? That's the study that kind of sparks or shuts down, I should say, the efficient market debate, right? Where the if a markets were efficient, then they would be normally distributed and they would be random, but they're not normally distributed, right? Trends persist longer than they mathematically should. So that's in and of itself the proof for technical analysis as a discipline, as an instrument, is that on average, right, markets trend longer than we think that they should, just based off mathematics. So by staying in the stuff that's already trending higher, you're kind of staying on the side of the one thing that's been studied when it comes to trading more than anything else. Subscribe to this and hoped I was waiting for the pre-markets alert. Only works after 6. Yeah, so we're looking to push up when those alerts work. It's a bigger job than one would seem, but we are actively working on doing that so that they start to trigger a little bit earlier. One moment, just I'm such a boring trader that all of my swing trades I do on the close and all of my day trades I do around noon, where everybody tells you not to do your day trades. I'm very anti-conventional wisdom, if you haven't already told or already heard. 3612. Just gotta make sure all my stop losses are in place and OCO orders are created and all that. Now, I just noticed that you said you're subscribed to the TI strength alerts, but then if you're looking at the real alerts, then you also have the at least the standard version. I'll just let you know that you don't need both, right? If you have a version of TI Pro at all, either standard or Pro, then you get access to this same email as just instead of having to check your email inbox, it just shows up right here in the channel. All right, so you can check this one as well. All right, so you don't need kind of both subscriptions. And what I will say is that this channel is actually usually updated sometime on Saturday as well. No, I believe. So yeah. So first of all, I don't believe in kind of any power of any moving average. Again, for the same reasons that, right? I've never met a rich super trend or MACD or stochastic or whatever kind of person. But I just think what you should do is take what your hold time is, if you're using them for a trailing stop, the way I am, is if you go through and say, hey, I usually hold for 4 or 5 days. Well, then, maybe a 10 period moving average would make sense. Or, hey, I usually hold for 2 weeks. Well, maybe a 20 period moving average would work for you, right? So adjust your moving average based off what your hold time is. Now, using a moving average for support or resistance doesn't make any real sense to me. You could use it as targets for pullbacks or something. That might make sense. just to say, hey, I'm going to initiate a pullback position here. Again, anything that you've tested, just completely overwrite what I've said, because your testing is going to be, more important than what anyone says. But if you haven't tested it yet, I would just say there's no magic with any of it. So just make sure that you're using kind of what makes sense to you. So this on this chart is an ADMA, and that's just because, when I take something like blue that I showed earlier, right? This one's just, I want to be in this for, maybe a week, right? I definitely have to be out by November 10th, which is earnings. So for something like that, I'm just going to say, hey, when we close below this moving average, that's when I'll get out. And again, just no power or anything, just a simple way for me to trail on the rest. I'm a sell in part person, right? So I'll probably sell some at 1R and some at 2R. And then I usually try to leave a third to trail. And the hope is, every now and then you hit one out of the park, right? And that's kind of a year maker from there. But yeah, it's all hold time. If I was planning on being in something like blue for months based off my analysis, well then it may be like a 50 period moving average instead of an 8 or a 20. Um, and again, they're just visual ways to say, because again, once you know how the math works and it's just the closing price adding up all the closing prices and dividing it by whatever number you want, it really demystifies it as a thing. Well, no, so the email is for the people who don't have access to the software. So because you have access to the software, just come chat. And again, they get it, the software people get it earlier because I have to do the work on Saturdays. And then generally speaking, by Saturday afternoon, it's up on the system. Not that it gives you, an insane unfair advantage or anything because the market's closed, but the software I always update first, and then I schedule the email to be spread out from there. But yeah, Circle, I think, and I don't think it's so much going against conventional thinking is the best way to do it, but I think building, there's just so much in this industry of I want to see what someone else does and copy that thing. And it just doesn't work like that. And one example that I always use is a diet, right? If I were to say, hey, you want to be in wicked shape, you want to be a bodybuilder, or whatever, you eat chicken, broccoli, and brown rice, 6 times a day and blah, blah, blah. But, so I could come up with the perfect quote unquote diet. But if you're not going to follow it, it doesn't matter. And it's the same with trading styles. There is no perfect trading style, but even if there was, it's going to be so different for everyone. It's going to be so different for each individual person that it doesn't make sense to me to just copy what someone else does. It has to be a very personable experience because regardless of what that person does, there's some times where it works great and there's some times that it doesn't work at all. And that's just the nature of it. So if you're copying someone else or you just grab a scan and say, okay, I'm just going to buy things that come from this scan, the first time that you hit a down period, you're A, not going to know what to do, right? You're B, just going to kind of be floundering about and then you're just going to jump to something else, right? And then all of a sudden, I because again on my YouTube channel I do some teaching of traders and I mentor traders and all this. I've just seen it over and over and over again where people are chasing the dragon, right? They're like, okay, give me the scan that's going to make me money today. And then, okay, that one made me money yesterday, but it didn't make me money today. So now I need a new scan, right? And now I need another one, and now I need another one. And they're just chasing this dragon as opposed to coming up with something that makes sense to them and something that works well with their personality, which I think is even more important. And then just focus on that until you've kind of achieved some level of mastery, and I really do hate that term. But uh, and again, finding what works for you, and that's why I always say whatever meets your written and tested trading plan, because it's another thing I've probably bored people with. But um, if you don't have a written and tested trading plan, you're gambling. You know, you're just buying stuff and you're hoping it goes up. Because again, I've had the opportunity to fly all over planet Earth and talk to traders and feel very grateful for that. And never met a guy who's just, when I talk to him about, oh, what do you do? He goes, I just look at the charts, and when it looks like something's going to go up to me, I buy it. Right? I just don't think they exist, right? Everyone who's been doing this forever, right? Think of, William O'Neill and Paul Tudor Jones and Peter Bryant and all these guys. They have something that works for them. They're like, okay, um, I do this. I trade these technical patterns, or I trade in this fashion, and I trade in this way. Um, and this is what I do, and I sit down and I do it forever. Brian Shannon's a great example, because I've been just following his YouTube stuff for ages, and he was actually the motivation for me to start doing my own YouTube stuff. And if you go back on his YouTube channel 20 years ago, even though he doesn't use anchored VWAP, then because he didn't really have a tool for it, his trading methodology is exactly the same. So it really is about developing a system or something that works well for you, that has proper risk management controls and all of that, and then just doing that same thing over and over again in an incredibly boring way. Like, anyone who would ever watch me trade would just be like exhausted. I couldn't do what Barry does, because my trading style is incredibly boring, and that's because I know the way my brain works. And hold on, sorry. I swear to God, Amazon waits until I'm on stream before they come. But yeah, it's the book I was going to mention, Thinking Fast and Slow. A great, great book. Basically just talks about how different people's brains work differently. And some people are fast and reactionary. And example they use is someone who would play like a first-person shooter, who can look and make generally crude but accurate, basically take that information in, make some sort of crude judgment, and then act on that very, very, very quickly. Those people are usually not as good at kind of the slower analytical type style of things, right? The same guy who's, winning Call of Duty championships probably isn't a chess master, and vice versa. So reading that, I kind of determined, well, my brain's a slower brain, right? I that's why I like swing trading, and that's why I like to do the an algorithm first that kind of tells me what to do, because I kind of preload all of that thinking, and then when I'm scanning through it, I'm just using more interesting tools. And it's why I also talk that I only enter my swing trades on the close. Is right, all the craziness of the day is over, right? The market's starting to wind down. I have lists that I prepared the next night of stocks that I'm interested in. I only really look at those lists. I decide what to buy and sell on the close, and then I go into the next close. And it works for me. It's not going to work for everyone. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone. I never recommend anything. I'm just some guy on the internet. But I really think you just got to find the way that your brain works. Like, when I day trade, I only use 15-minute charts. And that would be crazy to some people, right? Out there using minute charts or tick charts or something like that. But again, I just, over the years, discovered, okay, this is the way my mind works. So this is the way I'm gonna go about doing it. And when you find that is when things happen, in my opinion. One moment, I need to make there trade. Yeah, so it seems like you're debating between swing trading and day trading, and it seems like you're probably doing too much. And that's common as well. Trading really is one of the hardest things I think about trading is that it is completely different from a corporate job or a corporate life where the guy who does the most or the girl who does the most is the one who's rewarded the most, right? You show up before everybody and then you stay there for a length of time and then you leave after everybody, and that's the person who does the best. And in trading, it's not. Trading very much is a less is more kind of game where the least that you do, the better, because every time you push the button, your broker makes money. So you take that and you say, okay, well, if that's true, which it is, um, then I need to find one style that I really really milk. And then you always have things like capital limitations. So if you're trying to get involved in everything, you end up getting involved in nothing. And then at the same time, uh, there's too much to manage, right? And then people who find themselves in and I've seen this before too, where they're swing trading but they're in 50 different names at once. It's like, well, at that point just buy an S&P 500 ETF, right? It's um so again, it's a journey, and anyone who says it's not, they're not your friend. Who just says, "Oh yeah, you just click this and click that and click that other thing and then boom, you're rich." It's just not the way it happens. And then sadly, the people who generally fall for that are the people who have the worst time with it because they have to undo a lot of bad damage if they want to then go and start to trade sensibly. But yeah, that's one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was to just match your trading to your personality. I consider myself a pretty chill, kind of more laid back guy. So all the trading styles I come up with are also chilled and laid back. So a lot of the stuff that Barry would trade, I would never. And he posts in our little trading chat about them. And again, it's not to say one is right and one is wrong and one is better and one is worse, but it's just the way it is. So we got another 10 minutes. If anyone's got any questions about trade ideas, trading, anything like that. We had our test drive recently, so we may have some new users in there. It was a fairly successful test drive. I think we're going to do them a little bit more frequently now. We've got a better kind of back end system in place to make sure that we can do them. We took about a year off there to make sure that our sales, affiliate sales stuff, and all the back end stuff for allowing people in and signing exchange agreements and all that incredibly boring stuff was all taken care of. But we're looking good now. As a day trader, I was in and out of car, SPEA. Yeah, you go after the stuff that I avoid. I would get killed trading stuff like that. Just doesn't work for me. Um, Tips on how to overtrade. I think systematizing it is the best way to do it, right? Is I will only enter when X, Y, and Z occurs. And then if you find that you're taking too many trades, you need to increase kind of the parameters on that system where you have to go, Okay, I had 50 trades today. The system in which I use to trade is just too loose. It's just letting too many things in. So you could do something like, I need more relative volume in order to take a trade, or I need, a higher, longer base for a breakout, or whatever it is that your criteria is. You just want to make sure that there's more of it, and it's kind of more stringent, as a way to make sure that you're not participating in everything, because over trading can be problematic, because mentally trading is exhausting. Like when I used to really prop trade and scalp for a living, I remember coming home feeling like I got hit by a bus. Uh, and then when the more mentally fatigued you are like that, the more mistakes you're going to make. So for those two reasons, it's very, very important. So it's good that you're looking at it, but you just need to make your entry criteria more stringent. So that means that there's going to be some days and some periods where there's nothing for you to do, and that's okay. One of my old trading mentors always used to say, "You'll know you made it when you show up for a day and don't do anything, because there's nothing to do." Right, and it's super hard to do, to have a whole day where you're just like, well, nothing met my trading criteria. I guess I'm not trading today. But it really is kind of a breakthrough moment. So what I would do if you're trading too much, you just gotta, and then those stocks, right? Those stocks I'd say are for pros only, like car. Um, Again, if you make money on it, great. I just couldn't. I would just be exhausted. The halt and the open, and the halt and the open, and right, halt here, and stock goes from 200 to 500 back to 300. It's just too much for me. There is something obviously alluring about, okay, well, this thing moves more than most, therefore there's maybe more money to be had here than some. I just don't. It's just, you have to put some weight on kind of mental sanity to make sure you're not losing that. Just putting through another trade here. Again, my trading is just, and this is one way to do it, right? So I have a few very simple kind of day trading styles and strategies, which I keep pretty close to the vest, just because they're mine and I spent a long time building them. And they use 15-minute charts, and they're incredibly slow. And I will only trade them. I don't go hunting for trades. I don't, there was a time where I would sit there and I would scan through symbol after symbol after symbol during the day, making sure that there was something I could find in order to trade. And then I was doing the same thing as you. My problems were over trading and revenge trading. And I found by just having, like, I have on the screen, so this is, my demo virtual machine, right? Where I just use it to show off when I do webinars and stuff like that I do frequently. But on my kind of real machine that I've got on my other monitor here, I have two top lists open and two charts, and that's it. And the top list throughout the day will present me with ideas. Sometimes right now there's one idea on one of them and none on the other one, so I have one stock to look at. And I'll either take a trade if everything lines up, or I won't. Right, and it becomes a trading is way more of a zen thing than people give it credit for. It's way more of a zen thing. Who are your traders that fit your personality? I would check out Brian Shannon. I think he's I've got his book signed behind me. It's kind of a personal mentor of mine, but we'll kind of go. But swing traders, I would say mostly. If you find yourself kind of overwhelmed, I think taking a step back and looking at swing trading makes sense, because again, for me, I enter my trades in the last hour of the day. So until then, I don't really do much of anything. So that time I use, well, I do stuff like this, and I do a lot of stuff for trade ideas and things like that. Um, but mainly it's idea generation, right? It's like Warren Buffett. There's a big article released. I think Sean sent it to me. Just talked about how he spends 90% of his time thinking. And a lot of people would consider that a quote unquote waste of time, but it's worked for him, right? And a lot of just if you go to YouTube and put in CMT, right? Like my YouTube is just Michael Noss, or not my YouTube, my Twitter is just Michael Noss CMT. I gravitate to a lot of the CMT people mostly because I am one, but it just generally speaking, they've got a style of looking at the market that makes sense to me. How do you find the best stocks to short based on volume? So, first, I need what is your written and tested trading plan to look for stocks to short, right? And then we build a scan off of that. There are no best stocks to short. The best trades are the ones that, again, you've worked hard and you've developed a trading plan for, and you've got an idea why someone's going to come in and sell the shares after you're short and go from there. If you're just looking for volume spikes, you could check out a couple of channels we have here, like Alpha Predator, right? This thing looks for a lot of things that are volume spikes. Right? If you're trying to look short things on the way up, you're going to get a lot of them here, right? Like this one's doing 9 times normal volume. You can go through some of these and see, check whatever this thing is, doing 7 times normal volume and spiking. But, without knowing that your trading plan that you've worked so hard on, I can't really answer that. And again, I always say if you don't have a trading plan, please. I've had people email me after I've done webinars saying, if you don't have a trading plan, please stop, and like thanking me because it like woke them up that, oh yeah, I didn't have a plan. I was just going in there and hitting buttons based off something I saw on YouTube or something like that. And right, just make sure. And then for stuff that, we have some things with built-in plans for you is a good place to start. So for the swing traders, I would go to the strength alerts, right? It's an algorithm that's built for swing traders that provides entries and exits. Again, I wouldn't trade them if you don't have a plan. I would wait to have a plan, but you could paper trade them or you could use them as a guide to kind of build your own plan. And then we have the AI for day traders that this spits out ideas kind of live in real time. Again, I don't think anyone should ever take anything that's not based off a plan they developed, but some good ones here, especially today, like Oast. That was a good one. Zen, back in the Trade Ideas HQ, we used Zen Chat back in the day. We've moved on from them, but it looks like they had earnings a few days ago that didn't work out too well for them, but that was a really good looking one. So we have some things to get you started, but I just always recommend to take these and to kind of combine them with a plan or use them as a model for a plan. Like maybe you're on the AI and you keep seeing this snapback long, and you're like, oh, I really like the look of this one. Let me try to build a scan to find charts that look like this, and then you're going right now. You're starting where you've got an idea, and that idea is for this one, it's basically just stocks that are extended one way or the other on the daily chart, and then are breaking out on the intraday chart is kind of the idea behind that. And you may say, well, that really resonates with me. That makes a lot of sense. Well, let me go through and put through the kind of math there and see if there's something there that I can do and go from there. All right, guys. Well, that is going to be it for me. I'm just going to ping Barry. Thanks everyone for coming by. Again, there's a different person every single day for this time. So right? Come on by and say hi. Sometimes you can get different points of view on, whatever it is that you're after. All right, and he has started streaming, so I'm going to turn mine off and we'll go back to you guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously the results were bad if you check. So I don't know what to make of it. But I mean, there's the news. Disappoints in mid-stage study. So it got really thumped. Obviously, at one point it was down a lot more than 16% when it was down here. So I mean, it's had a nice recovery, but I don't know what to make of it. I mean, for all the reasons it got hammered, they're still there, but it's a nice recovery. It's not the type of trade I take. I mean, the high, what is it, 460? So it's right at that high, the high of the day, I guess. Relatively low float, 21 million in the float. Just always wary of something that's been clobbered, and yes, it's climbing. Unless they came out with, some other news saying, well, you know what, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought. But of course, they're not saying that. Yeah, the only thing I saw about OCGN, oops. Okay, I think okay. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally closed down the tab, so you should see my screen again, and you can hear me now. Okay, good. What was I going to say? You asked me about OCG. Somebody asked OCGN. All I saw with OCGN is that it really, really had the rug pulled at one point. Yeah, I mean, what more to add? It's had the rug is being pulled right now. I mean, the low of yesterday, maybe trying to hold the low of yesterday, did dip down below that, but I just would have to say the enthusiasm has waned a bit. Okay, perfect. Well, maybe that's the reason why there's a bit of a bounce for the CLNN. So you guys were playing Burks. Ooh, man. I don't know what happened here. I mean, this is not an earnings play, so I don't know what happened. I'm trying to see some news. Yeah, I don't have any idea why this happened, guys. I can't see any news headline. We saw this one yesterday. I couldn't believe. I mean, it's a big high-end jewelry store in Canada, and what a run! And it even kept going. But I mean, unless this is just abnormal profit taking, but I don't see any specific news on it. That's with no news. That is pretty bizarre with the Berks BGI. And I'm not saying there isn't news. I just can't see any. Another reason why you can't wander away, you know, if you've taken this trade, I mean, this was a big pre-market pop also, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just check. Not really. Okay. So, but it was holding in the pre-market and then started to move again. And you might have looked at that and gone, oh, all right, I'll take this. And it's starting to move. And you're looking yesterday and all the other days. What's the worst that can happen? You come back to a drop from 888 down to 380. That's why you cannot leave. You can, or you have to have, if you're going to leave your computer, you've got to put some kind of auto stop. And by the way, Perfect, I do not, as you call it, dump all over you when you ask me questions outside my trading style. I do not. I would never say to anybody, you shouldn't trade like that. You should trade like me. Never. Okay, guys, things have really slowed down for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. No, just got one. Okay, what was that? NTCT? So here's another one that's releasing earnings in a couple of days on the 4th. And bets being placed. I mean, look at this. I'm going to make sure that... So as after it was announced, the company... company will be joining the small cap 600. So that is the reason for this big pop here. So that probably was announced... When was it announced? I see it at 9:24, but I also... Well, the news hit certainly this morning, but it was probably yesterday afternoon. And then here's the news. Going to join the lots of opportunity to get in. You know, from 30 up to 32 on that news. And I look at Sophie, SOFI. Okay, so I believe this is the one. Somebody might have to. I think this is the one where a few weeks ago, maybe here, I can't remember. It's either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan got very bullish and had a $25 price target on it. That's about all I know. I mean, I had a great day yesterday, and it's just kind of pausing right now. Other than that, not really add anything. It's a big float, $500 million in the float. But it's, very choppy on the 15, 5, 2. But you can see that if it can take, yesterday's high was what, 22.81. Today's high was 22.93. If you get a break at 23 at some point, it may resume. Okay, guys, there's the MAC, M-A-C, the big MAC. Now, I have no idea if it'll get to 22.50 by the end of the day. No idea. But if you're in it now, I hope it does for you. Yes, for sure, obviously. Okay, Mac. Well, are you going to move or not? Now that I've taken you. I don't expect much out of this one. I mean, first of all, it's got to take out that high right there. I'm talking this one. I'm talking about MAC. Only reason I'm doing it is it's from my option scanner, and I'm looking left, and it's got some room. So just see if it runs. If not, I'll get out of the trade. Need some volume. Need some volume. Boy, this is still turned into an all-day short. CHGG, an all-day short. Hardly any. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there was this jog up here that would have got out. But I mean, now look at it, and it's getting closer and closer. The monthly low, it's getting close to that monthly low, which is 32.53. Actually, so it's getting close to that monthly low, 32.53. But what a short. I mean, if you look at it on the 15-minute chart, that's just a little bit of a pull up, but Well, I've got, I use the oink oink for the 10-day daily breakdown, and that's what's oinking at me. CHGG, the pig sound. This keeps, the other one is Sabre. Sabre, SABR did a crack 9. Not yet. SABR, another earnings play. Again, guys, look at this. I mean, the earnings pre-market today, right? Earnings. Here's yesterday's candle. You know, there are people thinking, how bad could it be? Well, it was pretty bad. So I never ever. I'm sure there were people in this one saying, we hear that Sabre's going to have okay earnings. I never listen to that stuff, guys. That's the only thing I'll ever say. That's really just William style. Yeah, you could tell me, you could read me the press release the day before of what they're going to say in terms of an earnings release. I still wouldn't take it. You know, I mean, unless they said we, increase revenues by 1,000,000%, and you know what I mean. But I mean, I still would not take the trade. You don't know what's already built in. No, you don't, Diego. No, no, no. I don't say anything. I just point out some things that I'm looking at, and I know you're kidding. And if people want to follow, all I try to do is point out something. I say, listen, guys, if it hits this level, I'm going to be very interested. You know, and somebody wants to take, if they see what I'm saying and it meets their trading plan, then fine. Yeah, real will always say, if the top is in, these are the fibs, things like that. Exactly, Frank. Well, of course, it's all about guidance too. You could have fantastic earnings, but you might say, but next month, because it's all about. I mean, if you're going to buy a company, you want to, you're hoping that they're going to do better the following quarter. Certainly not worse. So if they guide poorly the following quarter, they may have had a blowout earnings in the previous quarter. But why would you buy the stock if they're going to say, but we think it's going to be a little bit soft next quarter? Why would you buy the stock? Nice to hear, Diego. Well, snooze alert for the Mac. Oh, that's good. That sounds like a lot. Keg. Yeah, it's a little quiet for me right now, no question. But sometimes, around 1:30 to 2:30, we might get a few little moves, especially the ones that have moved during the day, maybe in the first couple hours, and then they just rest. Then all of a sudden, enthusiasm comes back in and they start to pop. That's all I'm kind of looking for right now. But again, if I don't take another trade today, I'm in the Mac, but if I don't take another trade, that's fine. All right, SKT could be interesting. Earnings play, November 1st. So earnings play yesterday, release earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction this morning. Market opens over 20, got up to what, 2074. What is the high over here? Yeah, look at that. It got up to 2053. 2053 did get to 2074 and kind of stalled. And that's the high of 5 months ago. So that kind of blocked it from going any higher. Well, CHGG may be coming into a support area. It's so close now. That's the low here. 32.53, so 33.05. That's the low over here. Okay, here we've got an entry right here. FGF is starting to move. Wow. So the original alert I had at 536. 536 was right there, pulled back. Look at this pop now, and I bet you just got halted. No, another halt, sorry. CYN got halted. However, look at FCF coming right into that 200-day moving average, right there. So this could easily, if you've got shorts for this one, this could be one of those. And yeah, CYN just got halted, as you said, so there is some news. PNTG, guys. PNTG on the way down. Out of consolidation, a little bit of a breakdown, consolidation. Again, don't see any specific news. It's not an earnings play. Don't see any news about it. Okay, here we go. So their outlook, they must have. So this is the reason their historic low as 2021 outlook lags expectations. So they're trying to prep people, saying, you know what, we know we released on the 8th, and it's not going to be good. Well, guys, MAC is not doing too badly. I can't lose now. Keep an eye on this FGF. Did it take out the 200-day? There it is, 604. The 200-day. It's hard for me to believe it's going to take it out, but 4.9 million in the float, 25 times normal in terms of its volume right now. So I'm just pointing that out for those of you who like to pound these ones down. Now you leave Mac alone, okay? You can have it when you come back. As I say, I don't expect too much out of it. Let's see if we get one more little pop for FGH. Sorry, FGF. One more little pop. No, Gulshan, no. I mean, there's so many. We share scans in here. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So, for instance, if you went to my home page, but there is no central repository. First of all, a lot of people don't want their scans out there, number one. Okay, but if you click on my home page link right there, and you'll see I have a scan section that I'm sharing. So, weak stocks down, strong stocks up, momentum down. So they are labeled. You can take a look. Also, our channel bar, they're all theme related. There are all sorts of scans in our channel bar that are theme related. So you can check that out also. But there's no, repository of the hundreds of thousands of scans that are out there. But if you click on new and then doc channel bar, and here, these are theme channels. Here's a momentum channel as an example. Okay? But they're all themed. Earnings channel. So you could take these and you can modify them, as you want to trade, but sort of give you the blueprint, the boilerplate, and then you can do what you want with them. Okay? But if you haven't looked at our channel bar, take a look at the theme channels because those are, they're full of different types of scans. All right, so CYN just resumed. And let's see, what did I get halted at? It got halted at 825, so it's a little bit above the halt price. Ooh, good luck, Randy. Well, you're... See, so Argo, I see you ask questions like that a lot. I'm not trying to dump on you or anybody else, but I can't tell you if it's a good buy right now, okay? Nobody should tell you either. All you can do is take a look. Right now, nothing is happening. Look at the 15-minute chart. It's got to break one way or the other. Right now, you're just in kind of sort of consolidation. So there's no clue. I mean, if I had to bet, I would probably say it might be going down, but right now, there's nothing to do. I mean, it definitely had, obviously the news of the merger, who they're going to be merging with. This is a SPAC, of course, so they're going to be merging with Black Rifle Coffee Company. I guess something to do with the vets. So it's kind of, I guess, a feel-good story, whatever you want to label it. That's what got it rocking at the beginning. Yeah, boy, that's a tough one right now. I mean, it's the CYN. Bit of a spread. Spread tightening, but it's what is the flow? 7.7 million. So it's one of the reasons why it can get kind of spready. All right, so what I'm going to do, and I'm not telling anybody else to do the same thing, I'm going to stick that price alert around 850 and see if it takes it out on some volume. That's all I'm doing. I was asked about DraftKings, DKNG. To me, it's just chopping around. I would have no indication which way. DraftKings. No indication whatsoever. I mean, look at this. Move down, little pop up, move down. It's just sort of stuck in this area. Certainly in the 15-minute chart, it looks like it wants to move down. I just don't even... You see that sort of pattern. Look at the monthly. I mean, it's just doing nothing. Weekly, it's certainly, the trend is certainly down. Meanwhile, oink, oink, oink. CHGG, continuing down. Didn't see Sava today, nope. It's out of the price range that all my scans are, so I wouldn't have seen it today. I see it now, but yeah, it's just out of the price range. But having yeah, I mean, great pop. Alzheimer's play, beaten up. Oh, I didn't even realize. So the AI got into CHGG a little bit later, 3411, 3269 now. This is what I'm talking about. If you're wondering why wouldn't it happen earlier, the reason would be is just whatever happened here at 3411, all the filter requirements were met, and they obviously weren't met before. Meanwhile, grunt, grunt, grunt. CHGG. Wow. All day short, except for this little jog up here. This little bit of a jog here. Otherwise, just basically an all day short. Look at the volume. I mean, that's a big move. 141 million shares. That's a big, big 50% with that number of shares. That's a big, big percentage move. Well, the N's are wild. Net Element and NCT. NTCT, sorry. There's Net Element taking a big, big pop here right to the 200-day moving average. 1089 through the 200-day moving average. This got lumped in as an automotive play. Reverse merger partner Mullen Automotive. So what are these guys? I mean, it's hard for me to know now. Is that what they do, or do they still do all this? Now they also have a... They're in the automotive industry too? I don't know. Hard to know sometimes with these some of these companies. Well, I mean, sometimes, the 200-day does not hold a stock. Look at that. I mean, right through it like nothing. All right, I'm waiting for William, if he's off his elliptical, to start to hammer this one down. Yeah, I mean, it's not terribly exciting, the Mac, but I mean, it's inching its way up. Exactly. I mean, I didn't get in at the original alert, of course, at 2048, but Option scanner producing today, guys. And, you know, using it like a watch list. All right, let's take a look at Sava. I know that Sam is talking about it. Yeah, wow, look at this. A lot of volume just came in. Again, guys, there's that 200-day, but that's far enough away. It's $10. Well, it's quite 10, about $8 away. So I wonder if there is some news. Again, if you're not familiar with the story here, I mean, what happened here and then the drop and the continued drop, it's an Alzheimer play, and I guess their findings came under kind of scrutiny, doubting the efficacy of what they did. So that caused just a horrible. I mean, this was up to $123, all the way down to $39. You too, Alan. Have a great day. End of the day. Come back tomorrow. Tell your friends. Chilliwack. Just down the road from me. All right, guys. So today is Tuesday. So yeah, there is a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock. So I'll be heading into that in about 15 minutes. All right. Well, this is getting interesting. This FGF, there's a 200-day. Also, way over here is 616. Boy, this is looking. If this takes out 6 again, as Real would say, if the top is in. I mean, it may not be. I mean, there's a 200-day to 604, so it's still above the number, still in the area, and then over here is 616. But it did get to 630. I mean, that was a big pop. Wow. Big pop. Ah, shoot. I hope I missed out. No, I didn't get an alert. Okay, I have my alert set up here for CYN. Well, guys, you know what? This Mac is giving me a lot more than I thought it would. Oh, I have no idea if the SPY is topping. No idea. All I can see right now is just kind of basing around here. Well, BHC now is after it did pull up quite a bit. It did have a nice bit of a pull up, and now it's making another new low. I think it must be making a new low. It's the only way I hear it. BHC, it's an earnings play. Yeah, definitely something's got a hold of Sava. I don't see any news on it. Anybody dig up any news? Nice little pullback here in the 2 minute. So I guess cars.com popped like car did, okay? And it started to drop, and it is an earnings play in the fourth. Yeah, I see that. I see that, the $50 break, but I'm looking at IB. They say exactly the same thing, but all right, guys. Oh no, this has that 200-day. Unfortunately, it's got that 200-day above it. If that did not pop through, talking about the KNSA, if that weren't there, I'd be really interested. This is a classic where you have the big pop and then a big rest. Then all of a sudden, if we got some volume to take it up, you could really get going. But I'm kind of wary of that 200-day moving average, unfortunately. But this is classic, big pop, rest, and then if we had some volume to take it up. Yeah, I hope Zach didn't get too hurt on that car. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, gosh. Yikes. Oof. All right, guys, the top could be into Saba. Just seeing this topping tail now. It's dropped a couple of dollars from the high here. I'm just waiting to see if Mac can get into the 80s. What do your fibs say about Saba, Real? Or is it not fib worthy yet? Is it? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like it's above the Bollinger Band here on the 5-minute. Oh, there we go, guys. I think we got it. We have another winner. If you took the Mac with me, we have another winner. Nice little pop here. Nice little pop. I mean, not a rocket ship, but just a nice steady trade, guys. I've taken some out. I'll be in this marketing meeting, so I'll be somewhat distracted, but I'll be able to keep an eye on it. I haven't looked at Hootie today. Oh yeah, doing its thing again, man. You would have thought that that candle 2 days ago, you would have thought that is it. All right, guys, I'm going to put the note in here that I'll be gone for a while in the marketing meeting. But before I go, this could, well, I'll be surprised if this promo code is still alive tomorrow, but you know, for 25% off, it's been around for a while now, so take advantage of it if you are looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a promo code. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute right now. I'll be able to answer posts text-wise if there's anything coming in. All right, guys. Sorry about that. That was another long meeting. I cannot believe how well MAC did. I really am amazed. I'm kind of looking at the the FGF as maybe a short, but this one, my goodness, and look at the volume that came into MAC. And this is not an earnings play. I mean, they release earnings tomorrow. This is acting like they've released it today. But look at the volume that came in on that pop when it went from 2087 all the way up to 2166. I mean, it's almost a $1 pop. I was actually looking at the OLB also. The OLB is looking a little more interesting. It just kind of bouncing off that 9 level. Right here, 9 level. I mean, I think there's quite a bit of resistance right around that 965 level, but that might be enough for some. But if it could take out that 965 or so, 968, it might have another shot towards the end of the day. Indeed, you're right. I do have DWAC on a thumbnail, and I do see it is popping. Come on. Definitely been an erratic trader. And yeah, fun is also taking off. PHUN. Boy, oh boy, I mean, my option scanner today has been on fire. I mean, we had this one here, I mean, while I was in that meeting. CRTX, the alert was at 1591 and it zoomed my goodness, all the way up to 1692. So there's a dollar move, pulled back, but my goodness, the CRTX, oh, I remember this one. Yeah, it just got hammered that day. Yeah, somebody asked a question about why didn't Sava show up in the AI. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, the reason it didn't is because the strategies that made the cut today, for whatever reason, Sava did not satisfy the filter requirements. I mean, it's really that simple. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to shut down the room around 3 o'clock. Good time to ask questions if you have any before I shut down the room. Definitely keep an eye on that OLB. That OLB is looking really interesting. If it takes this area out, as I pointed it out, right around here, it'll probably could get stuck at the 970 mark. But if it can take that out also, I mean, it's got a lot of room. Yeah, a lot of volume coming into PHUN. A lot of volume. And it's not a low float, 68 million, but look at the volume, 6.3 million. I guess piggybacking on DWAC, that's what it did this day. You're talking about OLB, Ija? Well, now we get the big downturn for Sava. I mean, it's already dropped about $7. What a day. Well, hopefully tomorrow be able to pick off another one that looks like an all-day short. The CHGG was, that was I hate to use the word prediction, but that was kind of my focus. When I saw it gap down in the pre-market on earnings, and there was really nothing holding it up. So hopefully we see another one tomorrow. Always good to be in something like that that's pretty steady. And then, the odd rocket ship like the OLBs and BITO. Okay, I actually took a little short on that one. I wanted to see if it did get executed. They are allowing me to trade it. I just got out of it. I just wanted to, it was sort of a practice one, and that's for the PITO. I finally got cleared to trade this one in Interactive Brokers. They make you go through a few hoops. So guys, questions? Any questions? Or shut down? And remember, the promo code, I know I'm nagging at you, but I'm sure, well, I said this last night, but I'm pretty sure it'll be over tonight. Okay, just one moment, please. All right, guys, let me just one more thing for our YouTubers. How long are you going to wait for 40, Ija? All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. An exciting day, lots of action. Hopefully more of the same tomorrow. Thank you, Benjamin. Okay, let me just get my script together. Okay, I'll show you emotion. I'm going to shut this other room down. Okay, everybody, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And for you, Moshe, I can show you if I have a horizontal line. So watch, I'm going to put a horizontal line. Okay, so there's a horizontal line I just put. All you have to do is just go up, get your pointer. When the icon changes to what you see on the screen, left click, delete. Okay? So I'll do it again. I'll put a horizontal line on the chart. So there's the horizontal line. Move your pointer, and then once that icon changes from the pointer to the icon you see, left click your mouse, delete. Okay? You get that, or do I have to do it again? I don't mind doing it again. Look at talking just you guys in YouTube now. OLB. Okay, did you get that? Okay, great. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down. Have a great evening, and open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.